Okay, we're making sure everything is working here. Yep, mic is coming through just fine. Awesome. Amazing. Alrighty. So that's good to go. I should be okay over here as well. Okay. All right. Awesome. Okay, here we go. What's up, guys? This is Brian Martinez here, and welcome to another live stream here. Today, I am here doing some guitar maintenance on 6 of my model guitars for today. And of course, I'm here as well to interact and chat with all of you guys. So I'm hoping that this is something that you enjoy, as well as something that you find beneficial for you in the future in the cases that you all want to try to do your own maintenance on guitars. So if you guys would like to, of course, show some support, I highly encourage you go down below, drop a like, subscribe, and get yourselves notified by turning on those post notifications so you never miss anything new from me. Also, I am free as well if you would like me to do other maintenances as well on your guys' instruments. So anyways, with this being said, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the guitar models that I will be doing maintenance on, and then we'll get ourselves started here in just a couple of minutes. So let's go ahead and check this all out here. So they're all set up here to the side. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys my individual models first. So we'll start with this one here. So this is the first model I'll be doing stuff on. This is a Affinity Series Squier Stratocaster. This is one of them. I actually have 2 of these models I'll be doing maintenance on. So this is my first one. This is actually the first guitar I started playing on. And it's a very, very fun model to play with for sure. Then here's my other one. This is my second model Stratocaster right here. This is another Affinity Series. And this one has got a little bit of different body looks, and we'll be good here. So sorry if the sunlight is reflecting a lot of it. So then another model that I'm doing is this one. This one is way different from those other 2. This is my Schecter Omen Elite Diamond Series multi-scale 8-string electric guitar. This is actually my second model that I got. The third one was the previous Stratocaster that I just showed. And this one is a whole series to play. But definitely one of my favorite models for sure. And then another model that belongs to me. This one is my personal favorite. This is my ESP LTD James Hetfield signature Snakebite Explorer. You'll be able to tell by the indent here. You can see the Hetfield signature right there, and then also the Snakebite fret inlay right there. So this one is one of my personal favorites to play, and I actually really love this model a lot. So now the other 2 models that I will be restringing do not technically belong to me. They were a couple of people's that I'm going to be restringing here. So a few people have asked me to go ahead and restring their models as well. So, and that's what we're going to be doing as well. So now we have this one here. This is a Epiphone Les Paul Junior, basically. And the reason why it's a junior is because there's a few things about it that are not quite the same as a regular Les Paul. So in my opinion, this guitar is going to be what needs the most work. And I'll go ahead and get to those in just a second as soon as I start doing stuff on it. So, and on this one, the strings are already taken off. So we've got a bit of a start on this one. And then also on this last one that we've got here. So the very last model I'm doing maintenance on is this one right here. This is a first act sort of Walmart beginner's guitar. This one, it needs a lot of cleaning for sure, but there's nothing really wrong with it. It's just in need of a clean. So we'll go ahead and get started with those in just a few seconds, and we'll have ourselves a good time. So for those of you guys that are curious of strings that I'm going to be using, I'll go ahead and show those to you guys as well as my setup. Okay, so this is my setup that's down here. The guitar is going to be positioned on this towel. The neck is going to be positioned right here on this pillow as well. So hopefully you'll be able to see that just okay. So, and the strings I'm going to be using for each of the guitar are as follows. So one of my Squier Affinity series, one of the Stratocasters will be having these strings here. These are just some Ernie Ball regular 6 strings. These are 1046 gauge. My other Stratocaster and my Explorer will be getting the same strings. These are 1052 D'Addario nickel wound strings. So then my 8 string will be just getting some regular Ernie Ball 8 string slinky strings. These are 1074s. And then for the other 2 models, the Epiphone Les Paul is going to be getting some Pro Steel D'Addario steel strings. These are 1046s. And then the first act is going to be getting some D'Addario NYXL 942s. So anyways, out of all of those models, exactly which of those do you guys think I should start with first here? Out of just out of sheer curiosity. So I probably know what I'll be starting with first, but I just want to go ahead and make sure everybody's got a say in it. And we'll get everything started up here in just a couple of minutes. So just want to go ahead and wait for some people to pop in, and we'll go ahead and get ourselves started here. So all right. Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started with some maintenance here, and we'll cover everything as well. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just start with this one model here. I'm going to just go ahead and start with my models. I'm going to go ahead and start with my one of my Squiers. So we'll go ahead and start with this one here. So we're going to go ahead and position it to where it's right here. So anyways, in order for you guys to do maintenance on your guitars, you'll need to first, of course, know how to do it. So each varying model will be slightly different from each other because some things can be just a slight bit different, especially when it comes to the bridge, your string gauges, your fretboards, your nuts at the very end of the neck, as well as also your how everything is going to fit in. So everything will just be slightly different when it comes to restringing and doing those sorts of things. So of course, with this one, with my 6, we'll be using these strings here. So we're just going to go ahead and put those off to the side for now. You guys, if you need to, you will this isn't something I need. You guys will be for sure needing some fretboard conditioner here. I'm going to be using some here in this little bottle. And you also will be needing some string cutters as well as also a winder up as well. So anyways, I'm going to get started on this in just a second. And then make sure as well you have one of these little cloths on hand, because while you restring your models, you'll also actually clean the wood on the fretboard as well as also the body. So the fretboard conditioner can also be a good thing to clean the body of the guitar. So Anyways, some guitars are strung in a very, very specific way, and either they are strung from the top of the body around right here by where the bridge is, or they can be strung in from the back. So on Squier Stratocasters, they are strung from the back. So sometimes you will need this, other times you won't. It depends on how much you've done it. You may need a screwdriver to get into the back of the guitar. You'll need to unscrew this little cover, and then from there you can go ahead and start restringing everything and getting everything done here. So I myself am not going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and just do it the one way here. So with this, here's what you're going to do. So you're going to go ahead and take these, and you'll go ahead and come in between the strings. Find a good relative space. I like to give myself quite a bit of space. So you'll probably want a little bit more space down here possibly than you do up here. So I am going to go ahead and go around where the 9th fret is, which is to around right here on the guitar if you can't see that. And what you're going to do is you're just going to go ahead and snap it. And the string should snap almost pretty much immediately as soon as you get to it. So you can start to hear the other strings getting sharper. So, and overall, it'll just turn into a little bit of a mess. So there we go. All of those are cut, and these are just flopping around over here. So I'm not going to worry about those right now. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and make sure that these strings are out of your tuning pegs. And you'll just need to unwind them. And then as soon as they're good to go, you can pull them through the tuning peg, and they should just come out like that. So this is from the low E string. So this is the thickest string on the guitar. And you'll do the exact same thing with all of the other strings as well. Okay. Let's make sure we're good to go here. Oh, come on. The G was not being very easy with me there. We're okay. Ouch. There we go. All right. So we got them all out, and it looks like this will also need some tightening on the end here. We'll get to that in just a second. So now, what you're going to do as well is on this one, you'll basically pull the strings out from this back over here. You'll feed them through, and they should just feed straight through. Should. Like this. And you should be able to go ahead and pull the string out the rest of the way from inside. So there's sometimes a little bit difficult to see. So I'll move this right here. Come on. There it goes. So just that right there. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to get out of there. There goes the B. Here we go. High pitch E is coming out. So it's just the G and the D that are left. There's the D. Okay. Come on. There we go. All right. Now we got it out. So, and I might actually need to walk away for just a moment to go and grab a few more tools because this it just happens to be a little bit loose on the very end here. So, this is all the string cartilage though that I happen to have taken out from this guitar. So, yep. So, alrighty. Anyways, though, guys, I'm gonna be right back here in just a moment time. Actually, is this okay? It might be fine. It might be okay. Yeah, I might need to go ahead and do something a little bit here. So I'm gonna go ahead and walk away just real fast. I'm gonna go find a teeny little wrench so I can come tighten this little thing over here at the very end. So I'll be right back, guys. Okay, so it's always good to have one of these little guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring this closer so that you guys can see it. So I'm hoping this doesn't do too much and scratch it if it gets on the table. Okay, so I have this little guy right here. It's a little adjustable wrench. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that we're good. There we go. Yeah, it was just that one that was very noticeably loose on it. And that's something else that you want to do with the rest of your things is you want to check and see if they're tight or if they're starting to come loose on you. Oh, goodness. This one is pretty bad. These two both right here are pretty bad. So you'll need some other tools as well if you guys are going to be doing something specifically with those. So now, at this point, something you want to do is you want to make sure that all of these are in line with the nut because it'll actually make it very much easier when you actually restring it. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that these are good to go right here. So I'll bring the screen up just a little higher so that you can see what I'm doing. So basically just looking down the very middle here. So, and you can turn this as much as you need to just so that that'll actually get aligned. So these other ones here at the very end are not too bad. They're already in a very, very good spot. So we'll turn that one just a little bit more. All right. Okay. That there looks pretty good. Okay. So now these are in a set and good position. Now, on all your guitars also, you want to make sure that they're good as well when it comes to how their fretboards look and how they're positioned. So with this one, it is not too bad right now. So I do not need to do any fret work on this one. So this one is just going to get conditioned. The audio jack down here is a little bit loose. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this again and tighten that real fast. So, I need to actually go grab some more tools. Okay, be all right again, guys. Hey. Okay, so I got a little driver kit here. It's a little toolkit with a bunch of little screwdrivers. So I'll move this over so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to remove this real quick so that I can tighten the volume knob down here. Or not the volume knob, the audio jack thing. So it is very important that if you guys do end up taking off screws and things like that from this, that you do not lose these. Because if you lose them, then it is very possible that you will not have a way to put them back on. So let me make sure that we're good to go here, possibly. If I need to reach in here with something else that's not that, then that is totally okay with me. Like, even if you hand tighten it as well, hand tightening it should be good. Okay. Okay. Oh, goodness. Alrighty. So that there should be good, and it should be tight around it. Oh, what are you doing? Is this no longer catch? Oh, no, we're good. Okay. All right, so that's tight. The next thing that we're going to do with this one is we're going to go ahead and start conditioning it here. So, because this one does not need any extra work. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and reposition this back over here. I'm hoping that you guys can see this okay. It looks pretty good on my end at the very least. So yeah, if you guys can't see what I'm doing, then feel free to go ahead and let me know. I can go ahead and readjust this if I need to. So in the cases that you're not able to see, then just let me know. Can you keep me informed? So let's go ahead and get us started here on this here. So what you're going to do is you're going to take some conditioner. Something to go ahead and say as well, do not spray directly on this because you're going to end up wasting a lot more of your conditioner than you really need to. So make sure that you guys are spraying onto like your rag that you're doing like this. So around 3 good little sprays should work. I'm going to go ahead and lift this up just so that you guys can see and just so that you're aware of everything going here. So you want to sort of go at it here. Just go at it easy. It'll all do what it needs to do. Already, that already looks so much better with how this is. The wood already looks so much better. Okay. Now, you can do the same thing as well with the fretboard that you did. You can do the same thing as well with your body. So just get another good spray on there, and you can start wiping your body here. So I gotta be a bit careful because this did get chipped right here. And if I get it stuck in here, it will actually tear this rag. So and if you're curious, if I'm going to be cleaning the back of my guitars, usually you don't necessarily need to. And the reason why is because of the fact that you can't necessarily see the back of the guitar. So it's not as big of a concern as it would be if you were cleaning the front side like I'm doing here. So okay. Alrighty. Cool. So I think also that there was another thing. Yep, there is. So my little strap knob right here is also a little bit loose. So let me get this and tighten it just real quick. So now you don't want to tighten this too much or else you're going to strip the wood. And I will go around and make sure that everything else is tight as well when it comes to this. So you just want to go to it. You want to be gentle about it, but you want to twist it just a little, making sure that all of the screws are snug and aren't loose. Okay. Alrighty. I need to move this rag out of the way, actually. Oops. Okay. So I'll check down here. They shouldn't be too tight or too done there. So the alignment should be good still. Yep, they look pretty good. Okay. All right. So when you get to this stage, you're pretty much ready to go ahead and start restringing your instrument. So I'm actually going to real fast. Before we do that, I'm going to grab a trash can. There's one that's sitting right over here. Just the other place for me to go ahead and throw away some extra string pieces. So the best thing you can do is you can curl them and wrap them up as you want. It's highly recommended too because it won't get everywhere. But if you are unable to, that's okay too. We'll be okay. So there we go. Those are now in there. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start getting this thing restrung. So there is one thing that if you are restringing, there is one thing you do not want to do. When you put these on, do not tune the guitar right away. It's not very good for the instrument, and you don't want to put it under tension if there are strings that are missing. That is the last thing that you want. It will mess up the neck a lot. So here, the strings I'm going to go ahead and get into are right here. These are just regular 6 strings, Slinky 6 strings from Ernie Ball. So I wanted to go ahead and do this by the size, and that's because there is no clear way to tell which string sort type is which. So I'm going to go ahead and start by this one. Now, when you go ahead and put your strings back through, it's much easier to insert the strings back in than it is to take them out. So what you'll do is the 6th string is the one that is closest to the top. In this case, it is the one that's closest to the screen here. You'll just insert it through this little hole. Make sure that it feeds through into the bridge because there is a Floyd Rose on this. You'll make sure that it feeds through into the Floyd Rose. Sometimes it's not very easy with it. Trying to get it to where you guys can see. Again, if you guys are unable to see this very well, then just let me know. I'm adjusting it a little bit as I'm doing it too. Yeah, in this case, it would probably be very much easier if I took this other part off. So that's actually what I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. I'm going to go ahead and take this little guy off, making sure that I don't lose all of my screws. So, and you can see with this guitar as well that the back of it is not the best. I carry this thing around with me in gig bags pretty often, and sometimes there are some things in those bags that tend to scratch them up. So it's why I don't always concern for the back of my guitars. Sometimes I do, other times I do not. Okay, so now this is off. I'm going to go ahead and put it off to the side over here. And now feeding the strings through here should just be a little bit easier, because you can actually now see through the back of this. Yep, and this is also where you want to also check your make sure your Floyd Rose is okay. Mine is still pretty good. Here it goes. And your string should just come through like that. And there you have it. So this is only one of the 6 strings. I'm going to go ahead and feed it through and into the tuning peg. Now, do not put this under tension. That is not what you want to do. You do not want to put that under tension just yet. So next, I'm going to grab the next thickest string, which is the A string. And you're going to do the exact same process. Thread it through here. This one went through much easier that time. And then you're also going to go ahead and put this one through as well into the A string tuning peg. Okay. So next we've got 26, which is the A string. Or no, not A, D. Excuse my logic there. There it goes. Okay. Next is the 17, which is the G string. Whoa. Okay. 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 Now, the other thing that you want to make sure that you guys are keeping lookout on is not getting the strings tangled, because they can actually get very, very tangled if you were to let it. You can actually let the strings get tangled. In this case, it's actually not doing that for me, which is awesome. Okay. Come on, you. There it goes. Okay. We got the B string next. It's a 13 gauge. Okay. And now we've got the 10 gauge, which is the high octave, the 2-octave higher E string. Okay. Okay. So now that all the strings are inside, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that we are good here. So now at this point, before I actually go ahead and put this back on, I'm going to make sure now that my strings are under just a little bit of tension, not too much, just a little bit. So you want to go ahead and start from one end and then continue all the way to the other end here. So I'll move things around here so that you guys are able to see. Okay, so starting with the original string here, what you want to do is you want to go ahead and have it to where it's fully inside. You have it pulled inside. You want to make sure that it is straight, coming straight out on the bridge, coming straight into the fret thing here. And one of my strings just slipped out. The D string slipped. So now at this point, here's what you're going to do. You're going to take this from here preferably, and you're going to bring it back 1 fret. Now at this point, what you're going to do is you're going to wrap the string to where it goes on top of itself around the fret wire, around the fret here. So you want to have the string go on top of itself, not below it, on top. So, and from this point, that's when you want to start turning this and get this string under tension. So just remember what I did clarify earlier. You do not want this to go under too much tension right away. So I'm going to go ahead and use this and it just pop out of place. So let me reposition this here so that it doesn't do that. So as soon as you tighten it a lot more, it's not going to do that. So I'm going to make sure that we are not over any of the other strings because we were over the A a second ago. Stay there. You know what it's doing now? It's actually going above it. I think anyways. I think it's going below it now. Yeah, it is. Unless it isn't, which is okay too. I'm just going to keep on going here. Now, you'll especially start to feel it go under tension when it sits in here. And also when it doesn't sit over with too much tension here. So now the string is under tension, which means that it's not going anywhere. So, yeah, it ended up going over itself here. So here's what you want to do next. So you can choose to do this, although you don't have to if you don't want to. I would prefer it because it's less stuff in the way. And also it's a very, very big hazard if you let it become that way. So now we're going to go ahead and get our A string ready to go here. So we're going to make sure my other ones are not in the way. So I might actually go ahead and move those there and put them off to the side over this way. So because with this one, it actually followed this, which is not what you want it to do. So sometimes if you do have issues with doing that, you can put them on separately and then put them under tension. So sometimes it's not the best idea though, because it's not a good idea at all. So do the same thing with this. Bring it back this way and wrap it around on top of itself like this. And then you'll do the exact same thing on this one and the next few strings that you did on the first. Okay, so now this one is under tension and we're good to go. Would like it to be a little bit more out of the way, but it's fine where it is. So we'll do the same thing now with the A string. So now with the other strings, you want to make sure that it feeds into these little pockets right here on the end of the neck. You'll be able to see them. Hopefully you can see them okay. You want to be sure to have them feed under this pocket, and then you'll be good to go. So it's a little bit difficult to get to at first. So if you need to, you can actually thread it through the fret peg, the tuning peg, and you can get it to sit in here like now it is. So now I'm going to go ahead and slide this back and come right here. Do the same thing. We'll do this. Make sure that it crosses the top like that. And then we're going to make sure that we're good to go on this string as well. Now, originally, it wouldn't be a problem because of the fact that the strings aren't in the way. But you want to make sure that when you're putting tension on your new strings, that your other strings are not in the way. Your other new strings. Like for mine, they're actually off to the side right here. And they're not in the way. So this one's actually under a good amount of tension already. So we can actually put a little bit more cleaning on this fretboard too. So it's pretty good though. It's actually in a really good spot where those frets are. I hope we do not get any fretboard conditioner on these strings. Okay. Should be okay though. Okay. So now the third string is now under tension. So now we'll grab the G string. We'll do the same thing with it that we did with the D. Okay. Okay. Ooh, that did not seat in there very good. It's okay. We can make sure that it gets a bit of a better go on it there. Okay, there we go. You can hear it's under quite a bit more tension now than the other one is. The other strings are. So this one is designed to have just a little bit more tension on it. So, okay. Got our B string coming in next. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. So that one is in. Now with this last one, there we go. Okay. Ooh, this one we want to be careful because sometimes it will go off of the neck. Okay. That one already had a lot of tension on it. Okay, cool. So now the string has got tension back on it again. So now the next thing you want to do is you want to make sure that you go in and stretch the strings out a little bit. You'll do this as well while you are tuning your guitar to your tune, to your desired tuning. So you can get them used to being bent up and down a little bit when you are doing your playing. All right. Okay. Now, we're going to go ahead and wind these up. We'll wind these up until we get a bunch of good tension on it. Okay, like that. So the next thing that you want to do is, since we know that this guitar is under tension, like the strings aren't going anywhere. Next thing you want to do is you want to go ahead and come to the very end. You're just going to cut off the excess string because you will have excess string. Ouch. That did not feel very good. Okay. And cut those off. Like this here. There we go. So if you have like this amount of strings left over, like this here, that should be fine. You should be okay. So now, actually getting this thing tuned and ready for when you're going to play. So This guitar particularly will be tuned to E standard tuning. This is E2 standard. I'm going to say the number and indication to the octave. But before we do that, I want to go ahead and put that other little thing back on here. This little guy. So, because this is definitely something you do not want to forget to put back onto your instrument. Okay. Whoa. That did not look straight coming back in here, but there we got it. Okay. You want to tighten it down reasonably. You want to tighten it down to where it's snug. Don't make it too tight because you can't take it back off if you make it too tight. Just like this here. There we go. Okay. Now, with this, we can go ahead and get our guitar tuned up here. So, that there should be about an E2. This is the E second octave. And you'll go ahead and stretch the string out again. So the tuning may drop a little bit with you having it there, but yeah, see, this dropped immediately to a C sharp too. So you want to allow everything to settle as well. So don't do entirely too much playing on your instrument. See, it dropped back down to an E flat too. Okay, awesome. So that string should be good and it's in tune. Now for the A, you'll do the exact same thing with it. Make sure that it's got a bit of tension in it, or no. You'll make sure that you stretch it a little bit. And that generally drop to an A flat. And the tuning on this is pretty close. I'm tuning by ear, by the way. So I will actually perfect the tuning in a little bit. Now for the D. Sounds pretty good to me. Now the G. If you guys are curious of which octave these are, by the way, the E is a 2 octave. The A, the E, the D, as well as the G, as soon as it's actually a G, Those are all 3 octave. This is all in octave 3. And then the B and E are octave 4. Sounds pretty close. Now for the B. Make sure we've got a good stretch on the string. Can come up just a little bit more. Okay, now for the high E. And you'll go ahead and do this the exact same way. So do be careful because sometimes you can actually cut your fingers if you're So the guitar itself is not in the most tuning for now, but this is it. This is the final result here. So this guitar is finished. And it overall is actually really, really good here. So I'm going to make sure that the tuning of it is... I'm going to make sure that the tuning on it is just a little bit closer before we call it good. So I'm going to go ahead and check that right now and make sure that the tuning with it is good before we go too much further into this here. Yep, so I actually have this a little too sharp right now. So, and you'll know if the guitar, or if you're out of tune by like hearing a lot of waving in the sound. Okay, so this one should be pretty good. We'll go ahead and set it down on the stand for now. Now, I am going to do, which one do I want to do next? We'll do the Walmart beginner guitar next. So we're going to do this guy next. So this one, we've already actually got the strings off of it. So it is in a very, very dire need of fret work because you can see how not clean the fretboard is. So this thing is actually in need of a very, very large amount of cleaning. So we'll go ahead and get to that now. So, okay. So for this as well, make sure that you throw these away because you don't want to confuse those with future strings you're putting on your models. Alrighty. So this is how we look for the next one here. This one, it looks like is a side here. So the string will actually be threaded through on this side of the bridge, like this. So anyways, let's go ahead and start by getting this thing conditioned, and we'll be good to go. Okay. Okay. Little bits of my rag are getting caught on this. Okay, I'm gonna do this real quick. So I'm gonna take this little cover off of the neck here, just so that I can reach this little corner and ridge by the nut. So that you guys can see what I'm doing here. I'm taking this little thing off here. So it's an interesting screw choice you've got, because those are wood screws. There it goes. Okay. So okay. There it goes. Should not do that. Okay. Now, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing with the body. Okay. Cool. So it's looking a lot better now on this. Okay. Let's just go ahead and move this other thing back. Now, before we put the truss rod cover back on, I'm going to make sure that this thing is good to go health-wise as well. This fret peg is just a little bit loose. I'm not going to really be able to do anything with that. It's okay. That's pretty good. Pick guard. Pick guard is pretty good. The pickup seems to be pretty good. Okay, so the pickup is pretty good. Everything on this is already pretty all right, actually. So, except for this, though. This is also a little bit loose. Let me grab my other screwdriver here. Okay, there we go. So everything on this thing seems pretty all right. Awesome. Cool. So this one is now ready for some new strings. So for this one, what we're going to do is I'm going to do the same thing and make sure they're all aligned. And I actually did this earlier with this guitar. So we are actually pretty good to go. It does not need any fret work done to it. The frets are just fine. So for this one is going to be getting the 942s for it. So now for these ones, you want to be sort of careful because if you end up using strings that are a specific size, you can't go any smaller because it puts a seat for them into the nut, and it won't actually come out very good if you end up doing that because the string will actually vibrate a lot. So now with D'Addario strings, the thing I like about them is they actually come with little colors on the string coil there. So that'll actually be a little bit more simple to identify which string goes where. So in this case, the first one, the 42, which is the thickest one, is brass. So the thickest strings are right here. These are the thickest ones. Here we go. The brass and the red are the E and A strings. So, and this guitar also will be tuned to E standard. So, let's see something here. This one is going to be a little bit more difficult. This is my first time restringing this sort of model, so excuse me if I'm a little bit, not good at this. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to get that to actually go into the bridge. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up a chair here so that I can actually see this. There it goes. That actually worked out a lot more than I thought it would. And this one will actually just sit right here like this. So, okay. All right, there we go. We'll do the same thing with the other strings as well. Make sure that we get those going. So I'm making sure to put a little bend in it so that I can route it to go the way that I want it to. Might have been a little too much and a little too far. So those of you guys that just joined, I can see that. Welcome in. Okay. All right, there we go. That sounds frantic without getting in there. That's okay though. Okay. All right. Now with these ones as well, the next strings are right here. This is the D and G strings. The D is black and the G is green. Oh, goodness. I got to be careful when uncoiling them. Okay. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing with this. Make sure it's bent up a little bit. There it goes. Okay. There we go. So when you do these sorts of ones, especially because you guys can see how the headstock is, you see that the headstock is this way, and then there's a few down this way. When you restring guitars that are like that, the directions will be opposing. So with this one, you'll ratchet these until they are going counterclockwise. With these ones, you'll do them clockwise because you don't want them to be outside of this because that'll actually put tension in the wrong places on the neck. So, and that is something that you really do not want to do. So. Okay, if I can actually get this in there. Come on. Oh, I had it. Come on. There you go. There it is. Okay, so now we got this one going in like that. Whoa. I want to grab the wrong one now. Okay. So and then according to this as well, the purple is the B and the silver is the high octave E. Didn't really go crazy when I was uncoiling it. That's good. Okay. Okay. Ooh, come on, you. There it goes. All right. There it goes. Okay. Oh, that's not the right thing. Okay, here we go. Alrighty, so let me make sure this is good to go. Goodness. Here we go. Come on. There it goes. Awesome. Alrighty. So there we go. This one should be pretty close. And all the strings are in now. So now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and do the same process here. So with this, we're going to go ahead and grab it by the fret here. And we're going to bring it back about this much. Then coil this around here like this. And then we should be pretty good to go there. And it'll continue going like that. So. Okay, so let's go ahead and start getting tension put on it. We're going to grab our little tool here. And we'll be good to go. Okay. Oh, goodness. Oh, it's coiling under. That's not what I wanted. I want it to coil over it, not under it. Okay, there we go. Now it's got some tension on it. Grab our next one, slide it back a fret. Oh gosh. This did not wanting it to do that. There, stay. Oh, again? Come on. Come on, dang it. Stay. It's very close. There it goes. Now I coil in a very weird way, but that's okay. So, all right, up next. Got the D string coming up next here. So, yeah. So for this particular model, I was a little afraid of using the strings that way got for it because of the fact that they're actually very, very small. And I was a bit concerned about it because typically when you put smaller strings on, they vibrate more. Oh, you son of a gun. Come on. Stay. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of tension off that. But there we go, we got it. Okay, now for these other two strings, or these other three, I'm sorry. You want it instead of doing it the way that I was doing it before, you want to do it this other way and cause it to coil counterclockwise. Or clockwise, no. Like this. No way, stay another way. Okay. It's already got a lot of tension on it. Wow. Okay. Okay. Ooh, don't let it stay under like that. That's not what we want. Come on, stay. This one's taking a minute to go, but it's going. That's so funny. It's not even going at all, actually. Come on, you son of a gun. Seriously, man? Okay, there we go. It's got tension now. Okay, that one took a minute, but we got it. Okay, let me go ahead and reposition this back here. Okay, the final string here for this one. Okay, come on, you. There it goes. And, ooh, wait a second. There was something I should have put back on here first. Okay, so. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, I probably should have put this little guy back on first. It's okay. We can feed it in through here. And I can actually still do it. Okay. Oh, where's the last screw? There it is. Do not like that wood screws were used for this. Okay. Okay, so now I want to go ahead and start putting this thing under tension. Okay, so it's back under tension. It's actually holding pretty well, considering the fact that the strings are very, very thin. So I'm going to go ahead and cut off the excess. Okay. I had to cut off just a little bit more from that other string there. Okay, so now let's go ahead and stretch these out just a little bit. Okay. Now with this one, I got to be a bit careful because the tuners are a little bit hard. Ooh. So we'll go ahead and get this one fully tuned again sometime later. I can hear the strings getting flatter by me doing this. Okay. Alrighty, so that's another one done. And this is how it turned out here. So it looks a lot cleaner the fretboard is looking way better than it was beforehand. And ultimately, this thing is actually already feeling so much better here. So I'm hoping that the person who I'm doing this one for greatly appreciates the work, because she is good to go. Awesome. So now the next guitar I'm going to do is, let's do this one. We're going to go ahead and do the Les Paul Jr. here. So this one is going to require the most amount of work because this thing needs a little bit of fret work. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of surgery with it. The neck, I'm actually going to take the neck off of the guitar and then do it from here. So I'll go ahead and show you guys how I'm going to do it in just a second here. So the strings are already off, so that's good. Everything else on this feels pretty all right. The knobs feel pretty good. The tone change feels really, really good on it. So it's just the fretwork that I'm going to have to do with this one. So both of the strap handles are pretty good, and the audio jack is good too. So here's how we're going to do this, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and flip this over. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and do some surgery with it. Here's how it's going to be done here. So we're going to start by unscrewing the neck. So, because this is a bolt-on neck, which is actually very, very good and beneficial. This screw came loose much faster than those other two. Oh, these are also very crazy wood screws. So of course this is loose here, which is going to be normal. Ooh, it's just on there by two more of those screws. Those other two screws at the end there. And there we go. Okay, so the neck is off. And I'm just going to very carefully remove the body. I'm going to put the body off to the side. So yeah, so this is the neck by itself here. Now, with the fretwork I'm going to do, I'm actually going to be using a file on these frets, and we're going to be filing them down to get them to where they aren't sticking up from the neck. Also, to get it to where it doesn't scratch if you were to go ahead and scratch, and if you were going to feel up the neck as well, because that's actually a bit of a hazard. So everything else, though, is good. It's just this bit of fretwork that I needed to get done. So before we get started with that, though, I'm going to do this real fast. I'm going to do the same thing as I did on the other one and take this off because the plastic little thing that's on it here is actually still on here. And it completely just turned the entire thing on me just now. Hopefully you guys caught that. So yeah, we're just going to take this little clear piece of plastic and peel it all off. We don't really need it to be on there. And there you go. So now, here's what we're going to do now. So we're going to go ahead and put this back on because we don't need to do anything with this. This is actually pretty good already with where it is. So, yeah, so let's go ahead and get the screws to where they're started at the very least. And we'll be good to go. Okay, so now this is something that you guys are going to need here. So it is especially important that you go ahead and tape over your frets because you do not want to streak or do anything in regards to damaging the wood. So we're just going to go ahead and put some masking tape over it, and I'm actually going to go grab myself a pair of scissors so that I don't have to use my fingers to tear it off. Okay. Okay. So and basically what you're going to do is you're going to basically put a lot of masking tape over the frets up to the fret wire. It's especially important to do this on both sides just so that it doesn't damage any part of the neck at all. So, and you won't need to double layer. The only reasons why I'm doing it and it looks double layered here is because I'm putting tape closer to both sides of the fret. So it's especially apparent and like noticeable and just needed to be mentioned when you get closer to this side of the neck, the side where there is smaller frets. So like even right here, already as it is, the tape is already very much good enough there. So okay, so from this point, I'm going to actually go ahead and cut the tape in half here. to the least of the best of my ability, because it's not one to cut. Ouch. So we'll just put this out to the side. Yeah, that's just going to get difficult. Okay, so I'll go ahead and start there. So, and for you guys to get the frets to where they need to be, you'll need a little file. The file looks like this pretty much. It's one of these little guys here. So, and yeah, so, okay. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to go ahead and file it up here. So, may actually want to figure out everything exactly how to go about it. Okay. Okay. So this one here should be good to go for the most part. Try to get a little bit more off of it. Okay, so that's already way better. Okay. Okay, so we're going over this. I'm doing my best to be as careful as possible with the tape. So okay. 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 fact, this may even take a little bit longer. Oh, I didn't see this. So I'm just cleaning them because if you can't tell, they hang off the edge, and that just makes it to where you have a lot more error when it comes to playing around and stuff like that. So does that answer the question you were asking? Sorry, I didn't see it right away because of the fact that I'm trying to focus on doing it. I might also use a little bit of tape bits that I have left over here just to help me out a little bit more. Okay, so I won't be able to use those other tape bits. I have to put some more tape on it here. Yeah, this could take a little while as well because of the fact that the frets are very, like, it's more than one fret that's like this. It's not just one. So I'm doing pretty good there. Oops. Come on, man. Okay. 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 We'll just do that. Okay. So here we go. The fretboard is fully taped off now. Okay. I accidentally dropped the file here. Whoops. And those frets there are not too bad. So, alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and move this other to the other end here. Okay, so doing pretty good there. Okay, so feels good. Okay, so it's feeling a lot better now from what I'm getting here. So now we're gonna go ahead and remove the masking tape here. Okay. Basically, you're going to go ahead and take all the tape off of this now. Okay. And there we go. So just something to go ahead and say, you'll get a little bit of like tape marks in your neck when you were to do this. So hopefully that when you do it, it should be okay when you put some conditioner on it. There we go. Okay. So those are good. This is already looking so much better now. So lots of little marks catching onto the thing here. So it's not absolutely perfect, but I mean, this is probably going to be as best as I can do it. If I needed them to be done a little bit more, I'd have to take it to a lot more professional help, and then we'll be good to go on that. So, but I'm going to go ahead and say that that's good for just the time being. So yeah. Anyways, before we get to more on that, I'm going to go ahead and bring the body back over here. So this is the body of it right here. So we can go ahead and start wiping it off. And the body itself is actually not too bad with where it's at. And I actually really, really like how it looks. So nothing on it is too loose, which is amazing. So there's a little bit of a loose ended screw there. There we go. Okay. Cool. So now I am dropping things. I apologize there. I'm going to go ahead and go with those. Make sure that my screwdriver gets picked up, because that's what I dropped. I ended up just dropping the screwdriver here. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and get this thing back where it's supposed to be. Okay. Okay, so at this point, the neck isn't going anywhere, so we can go ahead and get these brought down a lot here. Okay, so let me see if I can do this here. So I'm basically just changing out where this is, because I want to make sure that it's actually going straight into here, because now it is. Cool. Alrighty. There we go. So this is already looking like it's a lot better here. So, okay. Now she's ready for strings. So let's go ahead and clear off this little area over here. We should no longer need the masking tape. Now, the only thing about these ones, the strings that we're putting on this one is we're going to be doing that here. So the strings we're putting on this one are 1046s. These are the Pro Steel XLs from D'Addario. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So for these strings, it's the exact same as the previous model. Yep. Okay. Alrighty. So these are 1046s, so we should be okay with the sizes on here. Looks like that sits in the bridge just fine there. So, okay. Okay. And then it's black, then green. Black, then green, and then purple and silver. Alrighty. Okay. The purple and then the silver. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So there we go. Let's go ahead and get these things wound. Ooh, that is. Oh boy. Okay. Hang on. Let me back this off. I just realized that the neck. Oh, this is the first one you owned. Yeah. I put the neck. The neck is not screwed back on correctly at all. Okay, let me make sure that I can get this to where it's supposed to be here. Oops. I knew something was off about this, where it was positioned, so. Yeah, so this one is not my first one. This one is definitely not my first. My first was a Stratocaster. It was actually the Stratocaster that I restrung earlier. The neck is on there, but it just does not feel great at all. So let me get these out of the way. Take the tension off of you. For the most part, anyways. Not fully off, but off most of the way. I'm going to adjust this so you guys can see what I'm doing. Yeah, that's crooked again. Any idea why the high E starts closing when I try to set the action to 1.5 millimeters? So if I had to wager guess, because I'm still sort of like learning about it as well. So excuse me if it's not like fully professional of an answer, but it could be because of the fact that it may not necessarily be your action that's the issue. You may have to make like an adjustment to the neck, because I actually used to have Fret Buzz on another one of my models. It was a ESP Explorer. I'm actually going to be restringing it here in a little bit, but I ended up having Fret Buzz on the first 5 frets of it, I wish I could actually put it here, but this neck is not on here correctly and it's loose. But it was mainly because of the fact that it needed a adjustment in the neck. So the truss rod is probably one of the first things you want to jump to if you're getting fret buzz. It just probably means that the truss rod needs to either be tightened or loosened a little bit. So because even I have that issue as well. It was because of the fact that the neck just needed a little bit of adjustment to it. So I'm hoping that helps with what you were asking, but I can't give a fully straight answer because of the fact that, it's you know how that is. So that's interesting. Very interesting. So I actually need a little bit of a placeholder here because the wood itself is neck itself is good, but the body is not. Oh well, I'll have to figure it out as I'm doing it. That's not even correct either. Come on, man. Okay, yeah. Buzz on high notes around 14th and 15th fret. Yeah, so it's again, like I mentioned, it's just a truss rod adjustment that you need to make to it. So I even still have it a little bit on my other one, but it's not as bad as it used to be. So it's a lot better than what it was beforehand, but yeah. So I get what you mean though by being a little bit afraid to play around with it, but that is definitely something that you will most definitely need to make sure to do if you're going to do it. So if you're too afraid to do it, then you're probably get to take it in with everybody to somebody else. So yeah, okay. That's more than okay. That should be okay at the very least. Anyways, hopefully that goes well for you. Okay. So let's try that there on this and bring it down. All right. Okay, let me see if this is a bit better here. Oh yeah, 100 times better. Like that there. There we go. This is not a very good spot for me to cut the cartilage off. Okay, we'll manage it though. So, okay, alrighty. Here we go with the other strings. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Ooh, whoops. I almost forgot to take the thing off there. Oh, goodness.
Come on. Come on, you. Come on. And this fret. This tuning peg, man. Okay, I'm gonna mess with that later. Because the thing does not want to be helpful and cooperative right now. This one too? Oh, come on. That's so funny. I didn't go back to fret either. Okay. I'm gonna step away and go grab me something I might need. I'll be right back here. Okay. So we're gonna try this here. Okay. All right. Okay. The last string on this one, and then we will finally be done with it here. Okay. And there we go. With this one, that was much better. Okay. Awesome. All right. So with that one, that was a lot better. So sorry that I was quiet for a very large majority of that one. The neck was giving me a lot of issues. And now it feels as though it's a lot better here. So this guitar is looking pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and start by cutting off the leftover cartilage from the other strings, from all of the strings. Okay. Need to be careful with those strings, because I forgot these are not nickel strings. These are steel.
All right. And here it is. This is the Epiphone Les Paul here. So this one, I'm going to go ahead and tell the other person about the issues with this one. But overall, it's pretty darn good. So could lower the bridge just a little bit, but this is already looking really, really good. So cool. So that's it there. Okay, so now comes the models that I really, really know. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do this one here next. So the next model I'm going to do is my ESP LTD James Hetfield Snakebite Signature Explorer. So this one is actually going to be a lot quicker because there's a few things with this one that we can actually ignore that we have to really take into mind about all the other models. So with this one, I actually have to just do one thing. And the strings are still on it, but that's fine. But like I said, only one thing I need to do with it. So I actually have to only So the thing about this one is you can actually ignore a couple of things on it. So this one has interlocking frets, interlocking tuning pegs, basically. So basically, I don't really have to actually cut the string. And I also don't have to do the tension checks on those because these can actually just come right off like that. So I am still going to do I am actually going to still cut just the very ends of them off so that I can actually slip it through. And there we go. And these all can just slide on out like that.
So, and already the strings are off. So this one does not need any work on it. The only thing that I really need to do is I really need to clean the fretboard. So, because this is actually the model I specifically play on the most out of all of my other guitars. So this thing is going to need a lot of cleaning. Luckily for it, we're going to be giving it just that. So, and this thing feels amazing to play. And have not regretted my decision with getting this one at all. So, So there we have it pretty much. So yeah, this thing didn't need too much. It just needed a little bit of cleaning. And with this one, you can actually clean the pickups because these are actually the EMG pickups. And then while I have everything off and while everything is off of tension, I'm going to do a check on these as well. So I'm going to increase this fret height just a little bit more so that it doesn't shake quite as much. Same with this one. Other than that, though, this thing is pretty much good. Like, there's nothing that really needs to be done with this guitar. So I take very, very good care of this one. So it's just the new strings that it's going to be put on. So, all right, let's do it. For this one, we're using some 1052s. These strings are thicker than the previous ones that I've done because I actually tend to really, really like the thicker strings, especially because this one I do not play in the same tuning as the other ones. So this guitar, I'm going to tune to E flat standard tuning, which is a full half step lower than what standard tuning is. So, yep. Anyways, and with this one, it's the exact same legend. So brass and red are the thickest, then gold, then black and green, and then purple and silver. Because these are D'Addario nickel wound strings. Mm-hmm. So my other Stratocaster will be getting the exact same strings. So, and like I mentioned though, with this one, you can ignore one very important thing here. You do not have to do the fret tension thing because you simply don't need to for this one. You have interlocking frets. I am real quick before I put the strings on and put the frets inside here. I am going to rotate this until we get a visible thing here. So, got a little bit of some stiff turning pegs. Let's do it this way on this one because this one's a bit closer to that. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just put all the strings into their good positioning. So the string is going through with no issues. So I'm scratching my fretboard because there's a little bit of buildup that's on it. So I'll go over it again with the conditioner rag here, the conditioning cloth. So then again, like I mentioned before, I play this thing a lot. Ooh, this one is a bit too tight. There we go. That's correct, right? Brass red. Mm-hmm. Yep. Brass red, black, purple, black, green, purple, and silver. Ooh, there it goes. And there we go. Alrighty, so this one goes in here. And goes in right here. This is a bit too tight. So we'll loosen that just a little bit. Okay, so now with this one, I'm going to actually go ahead and put this here. So, and yeah, so we're going to basically put as much tension in this as we can. And then we're going to tighten the locking systems on it, the locking thing here. And the last thing that you guys want is for those to work loose. So when you are doing it for this one, just do your best to make sure that it does not work its way loose. Because if you do, then that is not good stuff. That is bound to happen, and you will not get a good sound from the guitar. Okay, so I gotta take a phone call real quick here, so I'm gonna just mute this. Okay, so we should be good there. Sorry about that, guys. So, okay, so it just went somewhere completely random. Okay, so this thing is exactly where it needs to be. So, am I able to be heard okay on your guys' end here? Because I did have to, I think I muted it for just a second, and then I unmuted it as well. So I'm hoping that you guys can still hear me okay. I hope that everything is still coming out okay on your guys' end.
Okay. And just like that, okay. The only thing I want to make double sure of on this one is that the pegs are locked in a good place here. So here we go. So yeah, it's already finished. My Snakebite Explorer is pretty much already done now. So 2 left. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do another interesting one here. The next one I'm going to do is this one. I'm going to do my Schecter Omen Elite Diamond Series multi-scale 8-string electric guitar here, because this one is the only one that I have not done that is similar but different to the other ones. So let's go ahead and get a good level here. So with this one, you do have to do the whole thing, and the strings are no longer on the back side of the bridge. They are no longer back here. They are on the underside of the body. So, anyways, with this one, though, it's going to be way easier because it's actually very accessible, which is going to be awesome. This means I'm not going to be taking forever on this one, hopefully. So with this one, it's different because there's 2 extra strings. There's a B and then an F sharp. Which in this case, this one is actually very differently tuned. So this one, I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. We're going to cut it at around the 9th fret. And this thing almost doesn't even cut through these strings. But it still does, and we can get it. So that's all that matters. Anyways, though, if we pick the back side of the body up, all the strings should just slide through. We got 6 of them. We got 6 of the strings off. In this case, we got the F sharp through the G. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to just make sure that my audio is still coming out okay. I'm going to make sure that it all is just coming out just fine for us here. It should be. Okay, we're good. So let's go ahead and make sure that we get this off. It's very thick string, very thick string. Yeah. With this one, I have to be a bit more careful because it tends to be a little bit difficult to be able to do a lot of things with this one. So I actually did a very good job the last time I restrung this one. Oh, goodness, I gotta be careful because of that. So
All right. Oh my gosh. Just the smaller strings come off with an almost little to no issue. So, come on. There he goes. All right. Okay, so we have it off on this one, and we're doing good here. Yeah, this one again just needs fret work. It just needs to be conditioned, and then we should be good to put it back together. Also with this one, I don't like showing the back of this, but it's taken a bit of scratches or two. It's taken a scratch or two. So I just need to be a little bit careful about it. So I'm going to go ahead and set these pegs to where they're in a good spot. They already, for the most part, are, which is great. But I need to set the G peg and the high E peg. There we go. Perfect. So we're doing good now here. Cool. All right. So now for this, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that we're doing good on the other parts of it. So I'm going to go ahead and grab me my good little towel here. And we're going to make sure that we're good to go with this one as well. So I have played this one pretty often as well. So this one, you'll probably see a little bit of a play on it. Ooh, goodness. That is not good. My nut just completely popped off of there. That is not what I wanted to do. Oh, goodness. Okay. Wow. I was not expecting that to pop off. Okay, let me go and get some glue. You get some glue real quick so I can put that back on. Okay, I'm not going to jump to the conclusion on which one I'm going to need to use, so I'm just going to look it up real quick. Let me get my phone over here. Okay. I'm going to shed a little bit more light on the subject here for you guys.
Okay, so I'm gonna try this. So I'm gonna go ahead and put me some super glue on in here. Heck, I might not even be able to get this. Wow. Yeah, I really may not be able to get this at all. That is not good because I play this thing pretty often and that's vital. Okay. This may not work as well as I want it to. And this is probably not even going to dispense out. Okay. Really, the best thing I can do is I can just put this back on and not necessarily glue it. So I'm just going to go with that. Yeah, that's not good at all. Okay, I punctured it open, I guess. That's not good, but okay, let me throw this away now. Okay, so I'm hoping that this works. So, okay. So, all right. Let's go ahead and continue here. So for this one, we're using 8-string slinky strings from Ernie Ball. These are 1074 gauge strings. So yep, here they are. So we're going to start with the thickest of them all, the 74. Okay. Oh, I never did a body clean on it. I almost forgot to do a little wipe on the body of it here. Okay. Next is the 64. This is the B. This is the low end B. Okay.
Oh. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and put tension on this right away here. Ooh. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so next is a 42 for the A string. You just thread it through the back. Okay, so got us a 30 next. Yeah, and with this one, we don't want to do the whole fret process because all that's going to do with this one is cause it to where there's not. It's going to cause it to where there's not a lot of tension on this one. And that's because this one I play in a very low tuning. Ouch. A hit, man. Okay. There we go. Ooh, don't know. Okay. And then second to last string is 13 gauge. Oh, come on. I keep on thinking that I'm turning it the wrong way. But yeah, I keep on actually turning it the wrong way. And the last one. So stream has been ongoing for 4 hours here. And we are just about done with all 6 guitars. So, with that, okay. 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 And there we go. Cool. So there we go. The 8-string strings are pretty much on. So we're going to go ahead and cut off all the extra cartilage. Need to be a little bit careful with my A and D strings because they did not wind very much. Neither did my B or my E. At the same time, though, these are not fully tuned yet. So, all right. This guitar tunes I keep on D1 standard. So with this one, we want to do this here. And that's it.
So this is the final result. The 8-string is fully retuned and strung. So got to be a bit careful with it since the nut did come off. So I want to be a bit more careful with playing this model. And I want to see if I can go get it taken in to go get that nut redone. But it is good for now. So now, last but most certainly not least, comes my other Affinity Series Squier Stratocaster. So, and I'm saying my other one because at the beginning of the stream I did another Stratocaster. So with this one though, the only difference between those two is, of course, the looks, but also the strings on this one are thicker than the strings on the other one, because this one I drop the tuning slightly more than I do with my other one. Well, not slightly, a lot more. So, yeah, this one I actually have 2 steps tuned 2 steps lower than my other one. So, yeah, last time that I had to restring this guitar, the last time when I did guitar maintenance, especially with this one, I actually had to really adjust the truss rod on it because this thing was warped like crazy. There was so much space between the neck and the strings, and there still is quite a lot. Nowhere near as much as there was, but there was still quite a lot. So
Come on, you. There it goes. Oh. Oh, goodness. Come on. There it goes. Finally got it. Okay. All right. So, yeah, compared to last time, this one is not too bad. So, and actually on this one as well, if I'll be perfectly honest, like the only specific things on this guitar that can actually come loose is the screws that are for the pick guard, because the nut for this, the nut for the audio jack is not coming loose anytime soon. Like it just will not come loose. So, okay. And just like that, it's already clean. Like this thing is extremely healthy. So especially from last time I restrung it, it is very healthy. So this one is getting the same strings as my Explorer. It's the nickel wound D'Addario 1052s. Okay. So last one, home stretch. Okay. Yeah, and this one is actually really good condition now. So, because I specifically spent a lot of time carrying on this one. So, and the body of it shows little to no wear and tear, which is amazing for where it's at. So,
are you done with your live, Pumpkin? Are you gonna make dinner? It's 5 o'clock.
So I'm just gonna make sure that these are in place, and then we'll be good to go. So, and the Floyd Rose on this guitar also is a really, really good condition. So, because this one also, of course, also has a Floyd Rose. All Stratocasters, if you guys don't know, do have Floyd Roses. So, where did that other string go? Oh. If I just lost a string, that is not good. Oh no. It's down here on the floor. Oops. Okay. So with this one, we want to actually make sure to do the back fret thing. And then I need to make sure that this is also in line.
Oh. This doesn't smell good.
Okay, here we go. Okay, and then here's the last two. Okay. Here we go. Okay, cool. So, and let's go ahead and get this last string on here before we finish with the rest of the strings, getting them started on the tensions. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Okay. Okay.
What do y'all want in here?
Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Okay. This one is going a lot faster than the other ones, so you should be good to go in just a couple of moments. That's already in tune. I'm going to be a bit careful about it. And there we go. So, okay. We're very much in a good place now. So anyways, let's go ahead and snip these. Okay. Got to be careful because this one popped out of the bridge. Oh gosh. Wow. I'm very glad that I was doing this because this just popped into place. Wait. No. So this guitar I have tuned to drop C tuning. Drop C2 tuning. And that actually sounds the most in tune out of all the ones I've done.
And that's it. So this is the last one here. So we are officially finished with guitar maintenance for the day. So I'm hoping that none of these actually screw up on me. So cool. Well, anyways, that there is going to wrap it up for this stream, guys. If you did enjoy, please make sure to go down below, drop a like, subscribe, and get yourselves notified. Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you guys want to go ahead and ask me to do some specific ideas for videos in the future, as well as also even some streams as well, I am open to pretty much anything. So with this said, I will be seeing you guys next time. Peace. Enjoy the rest of your evening or the rest of your day. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye, y'all.